Welcome back to Park Ranger Files. Today I'm bringing you 5 deeply unsettling accounts from the Appalachian Mountains. Stories that'll make you think twice before venturing into those ancient hills. These aren't legends or campfire tales. These are real experiences from real people who encountered something in those woods that defied explanation. Something that still haunts them. Before we dive in, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss an episode. And if you enjoy what you hear today, leave a like and drop a comment telling me which story disturbed you the most. Now, let's begin. Story 1. I've been working land surveys for almost 11 years when I took the job in Harlan County. The company needed someone to map out a 340-acre parcel that was being considered for timber rights, tucked way back in the Daniel Boone Forest, where Kentucky starts getting serious about its mountains. The property had been in the same family since the 1890s, passed down through generations who'd never done much with it, except pay the taxes and keep people out. The client was a woman named Vera Hutchins, maybe in her late 60s, who lived in a brick ranch house about 2 miles from the actual property line. She met me at a gas station in town because, as she put it, the roads back there don't show up on any GPS worth a damn. She wasn't wrong. We took 2 different unmarked turns off Route 4 to 2-1, then followed what could barely be called a road for another 30 minutes before we reached the gate. The gate itself was strange. It was new, maybe 5 years old, heavy steel with a combination lock, but the posts it hung from were ancient locust wood, twisted and dark with age. Vera worked the combination without looking at it, like muscle memory, and the gate swung open with a screech that scattered birds from the canopy. "You'll be wanting to finish before dark," she said, not looking at me. "I don't come up here after dark. Nobody does." I asked her why not, trying to sound casual, professional. "Because things happen after dark that don't happen during the day," she said. Then she handed me a hand-drawn map, told me where the old property corners were supposed to be, and drove away before I could ask anything else. I stood there for a minute, looking at the map, looking at the forest beyond the gate. It was quiet. Not peaceful quiet, but empty quiet. Like the woods were holding their breath, waiting for me to make a decision. I shouldered my pack and headed in. The first day went fine. I found 2 of the original iron pins marking the southeast and southwest corners, took my measurements, logged coordinates, marked trees, standard work. The forest was dense, mostly oak and hickory, with thick understory that hadn't seen a saw in decades. But there was something off about it that I couldn't quite pin down. The trees grew in strange patterns, twisted and leaning away from certain areas, like they were avoiding something. And I kept finding these small clearings, perfect circles, maybe 15 feet across, where nothing grew at all. Not even moss. Just bare dirt packed hard and smooth. I worked until about 4, then hiked back to my truck and drove to the motel in town. That night I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd missed something important, something I should have noticed. Day 2 started the same way. I parked at the gate, shouldered my pack, and headed in to work the northern boundary. The morning was cool, misty with fog hanging low in the hollows. My boots left clear prints in the dew-covered leaves. I was about a quarter mile in when I noticed the smell. Faint at first, like wet dog mixed with something sour. It got stronger as I moved north until I was breathing through my mouth to avoid it. That's when I found the structures. They weren't cabins exactly, more like lean-tos, built from stacked bark and branches, each one about 6 feet tall and maybe 4 feet deep. There were 7 of them arranged in a perfect circle around a flat stone in the center of a small clearing. The stone had grooves carved into it, radiating out like a sun, and in each groove was a pile of small white objects. I got closer. Teeth, animal teeth, I hoped. Dozens of them in each groove, sorted by size. canines in one, molars in another, incisors in a third. They were clean, bleached white, arranged with care. Some looked fresh. The lean-tos were old, but not ancient. The bark was weathered, but not rotten, and I could see boot prints in the mud around them, recent prints, made within the last few days by the look of it. Someone was still coming here. Someone was still maintaining this place. I took photos, noted the location, and moved on. I had a job to do, and whatever this was, it wasn't my business. But my hands were shaking as I keyed the coordinates into my GPS. By noon, I'd marked the northeast corner and was working my way west along the ridge when I heard singing. Not words, just a melody, thin and high like a child's voice, coming from somewhere down the slope. It would start, run for maybe 10 seconds, then stop, then start again from a different direction. I called out, asked if someone needed help. The singing stopped completely. I waited, listening. The forest had gone quiet in that way that makes your skin prickle. No birds, no insects, just stillness. Then I heard footsteps fast, running through dry leaves coming uphill toward me. I stepped behind a thick oak and waited. The footsteps got closer, then stopped about 20 feet from where I stood. I could hear breathing, quick and shallow. I leaned around the tree. Nothing. No one. Just empty forest. But the breathing continued. Close enough that I should have been able to see whoever it was, but there was nothing there. Just that ragged, excited breathing, like someone who'd been running and was trying to stay quiet. Then it laughed, a wet, choking laugh that turned into a cough, then into something that sounded like retching. I didn't wait around. I packed up and headed straight back to the truck, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The whole way back, I could hear something moving parallel to me, staying just out of sight in the brush, keeping pace. When I reached the gate, I looked back. There, standing at the edge of the trees maybe 50 yards away, was a man. He was naked except for mud smeared across his chest and face in patterns, symbols I didn't recognize. His hair was long, matted, and he was staring directly at me with an expression I can only describe as curious hunger. I got in the truck and left. That night, I called Vera and told her I needed more information about the property. She was quiet for a long time, then asked me what I'd seen. I told her. She sighed, deep and tired. "That's Dwayne Hutchins," she said. "My cousin. He went up there in 2003 to hunt ginseng and never came back out. Search teams looked for 2 weeks, never found a trace. But people see him. He's still up there." I told her that was impossible, that I'd seen someone living like an animal, that whoever it was needed help. "Help?" she repeated, almost laughing. "You think that's Dwayne up there wanting help? Dwayne's gone. What's left ain't human anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. The mountain takes people sometimes, changes them. They forget who they were. They forget words, forget their names, forget everything except the mountain. And they don't want to leave." I asked her what she expected me to do. "Finish the survey or walk away." "Finish it fast," she said, "and don't go back alone." I didn't go back alone. I hired Lyle, a local guy who'd worked in the area for years, to come with me. He brought a rifle. Day 3, we went in together. The structures in the clearing were destroyed, not torn down, not collapsed, but methodically dismantled, every piece of bark removed and stacked in neat piles around the perimeter. The teeth were gone. The stone remained, but now there were fresh scratches across the grooves, deep and angry. Lyle saw it and went pale. "We need to leave," he said quietly. I told him I had maybe 3 hours of work left, that I needed to finish the western boundary. "Then you do it quick," he said, "because I'm not staying here past 2 o'clock. We worked fast. I took measurements. He watched the trees. Every 10 minutes, he'd circle around, checking sightlines, rifle always in his hands. At 1:30, I found the final corner marker, an old stone monument half buried in moss. That's when Lyle grabbed my shoulder and pointed. Up in a tree about 40 feet away, hanging upside down from a thick branch, was the man I'd seen the day before. He wasn't moving, just hanging there, arms dangling, staring at us with that same terrible curiosity. His eyes were yellow, not jaundiced, not sick-looking, just yellow, like an animal's eyes in a headlight beam. Lyle raised the rifle. "We're leaving. Now!" The thing in the tree opened its mouth and screamed. Not like a person screaming. It was shrill and sustained, and it echoed through the forest like a siren. Then it dropped from the branch, landing on all fours, and sprinted toward us faster than anything human should move. Lyle fired once into the air. The thing stopped, cocked its head, then circled around to our left, moving through the brush with barely a sound. We backed away, Lyle keeping the rifle trained on the tree line, me stumbling over roots and rocks. We made it maybe 200 yards before we heard others. Footsteps all around us, staying just out of sight, moving through the forest in a coordinated pattern. At least 3, maybe more. They were herding us, pushing us in a specific direction. Lyle realized it before I did. "They're moving us away from the gate," he whispered. We changed direction, cutting hard to the right, scrambling up a steep section of the ridge that slowed us down but would slow them down too. Behind us, the footsteps stopped. Then came the singing again, that same childlike melody, but this time there were multiple voices, all slightly out of sync, creating this awful, discordant harmony. We ran. I don't remember much of it, just branches whipping my face, my lungs burning, Lyle ahead of me crashing through brush. The singing followed us, getting louder, more voices joining in until it sounded like a dozen people were harmonizing in that awful, off-key melody. At one point I stumbled, went down hard on my knees, and when I looked back I saw them. 4, maybe 5 figures moving through the trees behind us, keeping pace but not closing the distance. They moved wrong, too fast and too fluid, like they were gliding over the ground instead of running on it. Lyle grabbed my arm and hauled me up. We kept going, no words between us, just desperate scrambling. My chest felt like it was going to explode. Every breath was fire. The gate appeared ahead like salvation, and we hit it at full speed. I fumbled with the combination lock, hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the dial. Lyle kept the rifle pointed back toward the trail, backing toward the gate, never taking his eyes off the trees. The moment the lock clicked open, the singing stopped. Complete silence. Nothing emerged from the forest. We threw our gear in the truck bed, didn't even bother securing it, and drove. I looked back once in the side mirror and saw them standing in a line at the tree line. 7 figures, all perfectly still, all watching us leave. I finished the survey from aerial imagery and property records. Told the client there was no access to the northern section and recommended against purchase. Vera wasn't surprised. "You saw them," she said when I called to deliver the report. Not a question. A statement. I didn't answer directly. Just said the property wasn't suitable for timber operations and left it at that. She was quiet for a moment, then said, "Dwayne's not alone up there anymore. Hasn't been for years. The mountain takes them one by one, changes them. By the time people realize what's happening, it's too late to leave. They don't want to leave." 2 months later, I got a call from a state police investigator. They'd found remains on the property, multiple sets. Some recent, some decades old. They wanted to know if I'd seen anything unusual during my survey. I told them about Dwayne, about the structures and the teeth and the thing that chased us. The investigator was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "We found 7 bodies. 3 of them were hunters reported missing over the last 15 years. One was a hiker from 1987. The others we haven't identified yet. But here's the thing. We also found evidence of a camp. Recent activity. Signs someone's been living out there for a long time. We're going back in with a tactical team next week." I asked him to call me after. He said he would. He never did. I tried following up a month later and got transferred 3 times before someone finally told me the investigation was closed. No details, no report available to the public. When I pressed, they just said the case was resolved administratively and hung up. 3 weeks after that, I got a letter. No return address, just my name typed on the envelope and a Harlan County postmark. Inside was a single sheet of paper with one sentence typed in the center. They're still there. They're always there. Below that was a list of names, 12 of them. I recognized 7 from news reports about missing persons in the area. The other 5 I looked up. All missing. All last seen near that property. The earliest date was 1974. The most recent was 3 months ago. I still have the photos from that survey. Sometimes late at night I look through them, zooming in on the backgrounds, the spaces between trees. In one of them, barely visible in the shadows about 30 yards behind where I was standing, there's a figure. It's blurred, like it moved right as the shutter clicked, but you can make out the general shape. It's crouched, long-limbed, and it's watching me take that photo. I don't do surveys in Harlan County anymore. Story 2. I'd been working hospice care for 6 years when I took on Mrs. Adeline Kress as a patient. She lived alone in a place called Cove Creek, North Carolina, in a house her grandfather built in 1902. The referral came through the normal channels. Doctor's orders, family contact information, standard stuff. But when I called her daughter to arrange the first visit, the woman sounded relieved to the point of tears. "Thank God," she said. "I can't get up there anymore. I just can't." I asked her why not, thinking maybe it was the distance or her own health issues. "The house," she said, then stopped. "Just, when you meet my mother, you'll understand. She won't leave. We've tried. She refuses." Mrs. Kress had stage 4 lung cancer. Non-smoker, just bad luck in genetics. She was 78, lucid, and according to her charts, declining rapidly. I drove up on a Tuesday morning in late September, following GPS until it gave up. Then using the hand-drawn map her daughter had texted me. The road got worse the higher I climbed. Pavement gave way to gravel, gravel to dirt, dirt to something that was barely a path. The forest closed in on both sides, branches scraping the roof of my car, until finally, the trees parted and I saw the house. The house was beautiful, in a skeletal way. 2 stories, white clapboard siding gone gray with age, a wraparound porch that sagged on one side. It sat in a natural cove, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the forest pressing close enough that branches scraped at the roof when wind came through. But it was the silence that struck me first. No birds, no insects, just this heavy, expectant quiet that made my ears ring. Mrs. Kress was waiting on the porch, sitting in a rocking chair with a quilt across her lap, despite the warm weather. She was tiny, maybe 90 pounds, with white hair pulled back tight and eyes that looked clear and sharp. "You must be Tessa," she said as I climbed the steps. Her voice was stronger than I expected, clear and precise. I introduced myself properly, asked her how she was feeling. "Dying," she said matter-of-factly. "But not today. Come inside. I'll make tea." The inside of the house was immaculate. Old furniture, doilies, photographs, and frames covering every flat surface. It smelled like lavender and old wood and something else, something medicinal I couldn't quite place. Every photograph showed people in old-fashioned clothes, stern faces, unsmiling. I noticed that in every single one, the subjects were looking slightly to the left of the camera, like they were watching something just out of frame. We sat in the kitchen and talked through her care plan, medications, pain management, emergency contacts. She answered everything clearly, asked good questions, seemed completely at peace with her prognosis. Then she said something that made my pen stop mid-note. "I need you to understand something before you agree to keep coming here. This house has rules, and if you're going to be here, especially after dark, you need to follow them." I kept my expression neutral. Patients say strange things sometimes, especially elderly ones in isolated areas. I told her I'd do my best. "First rule," she said, counting on her fingers, "never open the door to the root cellar. it's padlocked and it stays that way. Second, if you hear knocking after sunset, you don't answer. You don't even look to see who it is. Third, and this is important, if you see a child in the woods, you pretend you don't. You look away and you keep moving. I asked her if she had trouble with trespassers or if there were safety concerns I should know about. She smiled, sad and knowing. Not the kind you're thinking of. Over the next 3 weeks, I visited Mrs. Kress every other day. She deteriorated slowly, needing more pain medication, sleeping more, eating less. But she never lost her clarity, and she never stopped reminding me about the rules. The knocking started on my 4th visit. I'd stayed late to adjust her medication schedule, and dusk had settled heavy and purple over the cove. We were sitting in the living room, me filling out paperwork, her dozing in her chair, when it came. 3 slow, deliberate knocks on the front door. Mrs. Kress's eyes snapped open. She looked at me, held one finger to her lips, and shook her head firmly. The knocking came again. Same rhythm, same force. I started to stand, instinct telling me to at least check who it was, but Mrs. Kress grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. "No," she whispered. We sat in silence. The knocking continued, moving around the house. Front door, side window, back door, around again. Always 3 knocks, always the same measured pace. It went on for 20 minutes before finally stopping. "What was that?" I asked, when I could trust my voice. "Someone who doesn't belong here anymore," she said. "Someone who forgot to leave when they should have." I asked her to explain. She told me a story. In 1952, a man named Calvin Pike went missing from a logging camp about 2 miles up the mountain. Search parties looked for weeks. They found his clothes arranged in a neat pile on a flat rock, his boots placed side by side next to them, but no body. The searches ended. Life moved on. But Calvin Pike didn't leave. People started seeing him, or what was left of him, wandering the ridges at night. He'd knock on doors looking for something, though nobody knew what. The thing was, you couldn't let him in. Anyone who opened their door to him was found the next morning standing in the woods, completely unresponsive, staring at nothing. They'd have to be led back home like sleepwalkers, and they'd never quite be the same after. Forgetful, distant, like part of them stayed out there. "He still knocks," Mrs. Kress said, "but less now. Once or twice a month, maybe. You just don't answer." I didn't know what to say to that. I finished my notes and left before it got fully dark. The next week, Mrs. Kress took a turn. I got a call from her daughter asking me to go up immediately. When I arrived, Mrs. Kress was in bed, breathing shallow, skin pale and papery. I started her on morphine, kept her comfortable, and settled in for what I thought might be her last night. Around 9, I heard a child laughing outside. It was high and clear, the kind of genuine laughter you hear on playgrounds. But there shouldn't have been any children anywhere near this house. I went to the window and looked out. In the clearing behind the house, illuminated by the porch light, was a little girl. She looked maybe 7 or 8, wearing a dirty white dress, barefoot. Her hair was long and tangled with leaves. She was spinning in circles, arms out, laughing. I started for the back door, concerned, wondering where she'd come from if she was lost. Then I remembered the rule. If you see a child in the woods, pretend you don't. I stopped, watched. The girl stopped spinning and looked directly at the window where I stood. Her smile didn't change, but something about her eyes wasn't right. They were too dark, too empty. She waved at me, a slow, deliberate wave. I stepped back from the window, heart hammering. When I looked again, she was closer. Not walking closer, just closer, like she'd skipped the distance between. Now she was maybe 10 feet from the porch, still smiling, still waving. I closed the curtain and went back to Mrs. Kress's room. I didn't look outside again that night. In the morning, I checked on my patient. She was awake, weak but aware. "You saw her," she said. It wasn't a question. I admitted I had. That's Emma Pike, Calvin's daughter. She went looking for him 3 days after he disappeared. Never came back either. She's been out there for 70 years, and she hasn't aged a day. I asked Mrs. Kress how she knew so much about them. She looked at me with those clear, sharp eyes and said, "Because they've been here my whole life. My mother saw them. Her mother saw them. This house sits on their path, whatever path they're walking. We learn the rules young. Don't answer. Don't acknowledge. Don't engage. And most importantly, never invite them in." "What happens if you do?" I asked. She was quiet for a long time, and then she said, "My uncle opened the door once. In 1968, he heard Calvin knocking and thought it was a neighbor in trouble. By morning, he was standing in the woods, a mile and a half from the house, staring at nothing. My daddy found him and let him back. But he was never right after that. Couldn't remember his own kids' names. Would wake up in the middle of the night, trying to get outside, saying he needed to go home even though he was already home. He died 3 months later. Heart attack, the doctor said. But we knew better." She closed her eyes, exhausted from talking. I adjusted her medication and let her rest. Mrs. Kress died 2 days later, peacefully, in the early morning. Her daughter arrived within hours to handle arrangements. As we were preparing to move the body, she asked me if anything strange had happened during my visits. I told her about the knocking and the child in the woods. She nodded like she'd expected it. My mother told me stories about this place my whole life. I thought she was just trying to scare me into not wandering off as a kid. But the last time I visited 5 years ago, I saw Calvin. He was standing at the edge of the woods just before sunset, completely still, watching the house. He looked exactly like he did in the old photos. Didn't look a day older than 30. I left and never came back. She paused, then added, "When I was a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, I asked my mother why Calvin and Emma knocked on our door and not anyone else's. You know what she told me? She said it wasn't just us. Every house in this hollow, going back generations, they all get visitors. But most families left decades ago. We're the last ones who stayed." She asked me if I'd be willing to help her pack up her mother's belongings the next day. I agreed, though part of me wanted nothing to do with that house again. We spent the afternoon sorting through 60 years of accumulated life. Clothes, books, papers. In the bottom drawer of Mrs. Kress's dresser, I found a journal, leather-bound, pages yellowed. It was dated 1952. Inside were entries from Mrs. Kress's mother, documenting the disappearance of Calvin Pike and the search efforts. But the final entry, dated 3 weeks after Emma Pike went missing, made my blood cold. It read, "They're changing. Calvin came to the door tonight, knocking like always, but this time he was accompanied by Emma. I could see them through the window. They stood there together holding hands, and they smiled at me with teeth that seemed too white, too many. Their eyes reflected the lamplight like animals. After an hour, they left, walking back into the forest together. I don't think they're looking for a way home anymore. I think they're looking for company." Below that, written in shaky handwriting, was a list of names, 8 of them. Next to each name was a date and a single word, taken. The last entry was dated 2 months ago. The name was illegible, but the date was clear. I showed it to the daughter. She went pale. "We need to leave," she said, "now." We packed what we could into our cars and left. As we drove down the mountain, I looked back one final time. Standing in the upstairs window of the now empty house was the little girl in the white dress. She was waving goodbye. The house has been on the market for 4 months now. The price keeps dropping, but there are no offers. The listing mentions rural charm and privacy, but says nothing about the padlocked root cellar or the rules you need to follow after dark. I still have that journal. Sometimes I flip through it, reading the entries, looking at the names. I researched them. All of them were real people who disappeared in that area over the last 70 years. All of them vanished without a trace. I don't do home visits in Cove Creek anymore. Story 3. The call came through just after lunch on a Thursday. Rewiring job, old hunting lodge up near Elkins, West Virginia. The owner said the breaker box was original to the building, probably 1960s, and half the outlets in the place didn't work. Standard job, decent pay, and he needed it done before hunting season opened in 2 weeks. I'm Garrett, by the way. Been doing electrical work for almost 20 years, mostly residential, but I'll take commercial or industrial when it comes up. I work alone usually, prefer it that way. Less confusion, less coordination, just me and the wiring. The lodge was about 90 minutes from my house, back in the hills where the roads turn to gravel and the trees grow thick enough to block out the midday sun. The place was bigger than I expected, 2-story log construction with a stone chimney and a wide deck that wrapped around 3 sides. It had good bones, but you could tell it hadn't seen much use in recent years. Leaves piled in the gutters, a few broken windows on the second floor, moss growing thick on the north-facing roof. The owner, a guy named Raymond Slater, met me there to let me in and show me what needed doing. He was maybe 50, soft around the middle, wearing expensive outdoor gear that looked like it had never seen actual outdoor use. My grandfather built this place, he said as we walked through. He used to come up every fall with his buddies, but after he died, nobody really kept it up. I'm trying to get it usable again, maybe rent it out to hunting parties. He showed me the breaker box in the basement, and yet it was a mess. Ancient fuses, cloth-wrapped wiring, the whole thing a fire hazard waiting to happen. I gave him an estimate for a full rewire of the main level and basement. Told him it'd take 3, maybe 4 days. He agreed, handed me a key, and said he wouldn't be around during the work. Just lock up when you leave each day, and hey, if you get hungry, there's a town about 20 miles back the way you came. Nothing up here. First day went fine. I started in the basement, pulling old wire, mapping out the runs I'd need to make. The basement was larger than the footprint of the house above it, which was strange. Parts of it seemed to extend back into the hillside, rough-cut stone walls instead of poured concrete. There was a door at the far end, solid wood with a slide bolt, that led to what looked like an old, cold storage room. I didn't need to work in there, so I left it alone. I worked until dark and packed up my tools and drove back to a motel in Elkins. Nothing unusual. Day 2, I started running new wire through the walls. The lodge had this weird layout, lots of small rooms and narrow hallways that didn't quite make sense architecturally. And the more I worked, the more I noticed something odd. There were sections of wall that sounded hollow when I knocked on them, but when I drilled to run wire, I'd hit solid wood backing after only half an inch of space. Around noon, I was working in one of the second-floor bedrooms when I heard footsteps below me. Heavy steps, deliberate, walking from the front of the house toward the back. I assumed Raymond had stopped by to check progress, so I headed downstairs to update him. Nobody there. Both doors still locked from the inside where I'd bolted them. The windows were all shut. I called out anyway, feeling stupid silence. I went back to work, chalking it up to the house settling or my imagination. That afternoon, I was in the basement replacing the main panel when I heard it again. Footsteps, directly above me, pacing back and forth in the living room. Steady, rhythmic, like someone walking laps. I went upstairs. Nothing. Third time it happened, I was standing in the living room when the footsteps started on the second floor. I could hear them clearly, could track the movement from the bedroom to the hallway to the next bedroom. I grabbed a hammer, went upstairs, and checked every room. Empty. All of them. But when I came back down, my toolbox had been moved. Not thrown around, not dumped out, just moved from where I'd left it by the breaker box to the middle of the basement floor. Tools still organized inside, nothing missing. I packed up early that day. That night back at the motel, I did some research on the property. Hunting lodge built in 1962 by a man named Arthur Slater, Raymond's grandfather. Used regularly until 1989 when Arthur died of a heart attack during a hunting trip. After that, the property passed to his son, who rarely used it. I found a few local news articles about the place, mostly related to property disputes and tax issues, nothing alarming. But then I found a blog post from 2008 written by someone who claimed to have stayed at the lodge in the late 80s as a guest of Arthur Slater. The post described the hunting trip in detail, the game they shot, the meals they cooked. Then at the end, almost as an afterthought, the blogger mentioned something strange. On the last night around 3 a.m., I woke up to voices in the basement. It sounded like multiple people talking, having a conversation. I got up to investigate, thinking maybe some of the guys couldn't sleep. But when I went down there, the basement was empty. The talking stopped the second I opened the door. I checked the cold storage room at the back. Arthur always kept it locked, said it was just for storing game meat. And I could have sworn I heard breathing on the other side of the door. Not heavy breathing, just the quiet sound of someone trying to stay very still. I mentioned it to Arthur the next morning. He got this weird look on his face and told me I must have been dreaming. We left right after breakfast and I was never invited back. I read that 3 times, then looked up the blogger's name. Found an obituary from 2015. The guy had died in a hunting accident in Montana. No foul play suspected. Day 3, I showed up determined to finish the job and get out. I worked fast, didn't take breaks, kept music playing on my phone to fill the silence. By 4 in the afternoon, I had maybe 2 hours of work left, just finishing connections and testing circuits. That's when I heard the door. The cold storage room in the basement. The bolt sliding back with a metallic scrape. I froze, drill in hand, listening. The door creaked open slowly. I could see it from where I stood, just barely visible around the corner. It swung inward, revealing darkness. Then the smell hit. Rot. Heavy and thick, like meat gone bad, like something that had been dead for a long time in an enclosed space. I should have left right then. Should have grabbed my tools and walked out, but I didn't. I needed to know. I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and approached the doorway. The smell got worse with every step. When I reached the threshold, I shined the light inside. The room was bigger than it should have been, extending back into the hillside, maybe 30 feet. The walls were the same rough stone as the outer basement, and hanging from hooks driven into the ceiling were dozens of empty chains. Short ones, 3 feet long maybe, ending in manacles. The floor was covered in a thick layer of what looked like sawdust, and scattered throughout it were bones. Not deer bones. The wrong shape, wrong size. I backed away, hand over my mouth and nose, and that's when I saw it. On the wall just inside the door, carved deep into the stone, were dates. They started in 1964 and went all the way to 1989. 38 dates in total, all in November. Below the dates, carved in different handwriting, were initials, 2 sets per date. I took photos, hands shaking, then got out of that room and slammed the door shut. The bolt wouldn't slide back into place. It was bent somehow, like something had forced it from the inside. I ran upstairs, grabbed what tools I could carry, and headed for the door. That's when I saw them. Standing at the tree line, maybe 40 yards from the lodge, were 2 figures. They were tall, gaunt, wearing what they looked like hunting clothes from decades ago. Faded orange vests, worn canvas pants. They weren't moving, just standing there, watching the house. I got in my truck, locked the doors, and called Raymond. Straight to voicemail. I left a message, told him I was done, that he owed me for 2 days, and I was leaving the key on the porch. I didn't mention what I'd found. As I drove away, I checked the rearview mirror. The 2 figures hadn't moved, but now there were more of them. 5, 6, maybe more, emerging from the forest, all standing in a line, all watching. I called the local police from the road, told them I'd found possible human remains at the lodge. They sent a deputy out that evening. He called me back around 8. Mr. Reese, I'm at the property. The door to the cold storage room is bolted shut. Are you certain you saw what you described? I told him I was absolutely certain, that I had photos. Can you send them to me? I pulled over, opened my phone, The photos were gone. Not deleted, just gone, like I'd never taken them. Even the timestamps in my photo library skipped from 3:47 p.m. to 4:23 p.m. with nothing in between. The deputy's tone changed, got more careful. Mr. Reese, the owner tells me you left the job incomplete and he's disputing your invoice. He says you seemed disoriented when you left. Maybe took something for the drive. If you're having issues with substance use, there are resources I hung up. Over the next week, I called that deputy 3 more times, left messages, no callbacks. I drove back to Elkins, found the sheriff's office, asked to speak to someone about the lodge. The woman at the front desk looked at me blankly. "What lodge?" she asked. I gave her the address, described the property. She checked her computer, frowned. "Sir, there's no active investigation at that location, and we don't have a deputy by that name." I asked to see the call logs, proof that I'd reported what I found. She looked at me with something between pity and concern. "Maybe you should sit down," she said. "You look a little pale." I left without another word. I never got paid for that job. Raymond Slater filed a complaint with the state licensing board, claiming I damaged his property and left the electrical system in a dangerous state. I fought it, but without evidence of what I'd seen. I looked like either a liar or someone having a breakdown. The board suspended my license for 6 months, pending a psychiatric evaluation. The evaluation came back clean. No substance abuse, no mental illness, no explanation for why I'd made up such an elaborate story. The psychologist's report concluded that I'd experienced a severe stress reaction to working in isolation, and recommended I avoid remote job sites in the future. My license was reinstated, but the damage was done. Word got around, contractors stopped calling, clients canceled projects. Within a year, I'd moved to a different county and started over using just my middle name. The lodge is still there. I've driven past it a few times over the last year, usually during the day, always on my way to other jobs. The windows are dark, the deck is sagging worse now, and there's a foreclosure notice nailed to the front door. But the strangest thing, the notice is dated 1994, yellowed, weathered, but clearly visible. I looked up the property records. According to the county, the lodge has been abandoned since 1991. No Raymond Slater in the ownership history. No Arthur Slater either. The last recorded owner was someone named Thomas Slater, who died in 1989 with no heirs. I don't know who I met that day. I don't know who called me, who paid for the motel, who left that key. My bank statements show no deposits from that job. My phone records show no incoming calls from the number I thought I'd saved. But sometimes late at night, when I can't sleep, I look at those initials I memorized from the wall. I looked them up. Every single one belonged to someone who disappeared in West Virginia between 1964 and 1989. Hunters mostly, but a few hikers, a forest ranger, a surveyor. All of them vanished without a trace. All of them in November. And all of them last seen somewhere near Elkins. Last month I got a call, unknown number. When I answered, there was just breathing on the other end. Heavy, labored breathing. Then a voice, faint and distant, like it was coming from very far away. "The work isn't finished," it said. "You need to come back and finish the work." I recognized the voice. It was mine. I don't take jobs in remote locations anymore. Story 4. I've been checking water quality for the State Environmental Agency for 14 years. Most of the job is routine. Collecting samples from municipal systems, testing for contaminants, filing reports. But every so often we get called out to private wells in remote areas where people are reporting problems. That's how I ended up in Breathitt County, Kentucky, on a cold morning in October. The complaint came from a woman named Joyce Hendricks, who lived alone on a 40-acre plot her family had owned since the 1920s. Her well water had turned cloudy 3 weeks prior, and she said it smelled like old pennies and something rotten. Standard stuff, usually just mineral buildup or a dead animal that got into the system somehow. I drove out there on a Thursday. The property was at the end of a logging road that hadn't been maintained in years. My truck barely made it through the mud and fallen branches. When I finally reached the house, Joyce was waiting on the porch with a thermos of coffee and a worried expression. She was maybe 70, thin, with hands that shook slightly when she poured me a cup. We talked for a bit about the property, the well, how long she'd lived there. Then she said something that stuck with me. The water didn't go bad on its own, she said. Something's wrong with the spring. I asked her what she meant. The well was drilled, not fed by a spring, but she shook her head. The well taps into the spring. My grandfather drilled it right above the source. Said it was the cleanest water in the county, cold year-round, never ran dry. But 3 weeks ago, I heard something down there. Down where, I asked? In the spring cave. There's an opening about 200 yards up the hill, where the water comes out of the rock. You can walk into it maybe 30 feet before it gets too narrow. My brothers used to play in there when we were kids, but nobody goes in anymore. I told her I'd check the well first, run some tests, see what we were dealing with. She nodded, but didn't look convinced. The wellhead was standard construction, maybe 40 years old, with a concrete cap and a hand pump mounted on top for emergencies. I pulled a sample from the tap in the house first. The water was definitely cloudy, with a distinct metallic smell. Not unusual, but stronger than normal. I ran a field test. pH was off, iron levels were elevated, and there were traces of organic compounds I couldn't immediately identify. I told Joyce I'd need to inspect the well itself. Maybe pull the pump and check the casing. She agreed, but asked me to check the spring cave first. Just to rule it out, she said. Please. The walk up the hill took about 10 minutes. The forest was dense, mostly second-growth timber, with thick undergrowth that caught at my boots. Joyce led the way with surprising agility for her age, following what looked like an old deer trail. When we reached the cave entrance, she stopped and pointed. The opening was maybe 6 feet high and 4 feet wide, just a dark gap in the limestone hillside. Water trickled out from the bottom, clear and cold, running down into a small stream that disappeared into the brush. The smell hit me immediately. That same metallic, rotten odor from the well water, but stronger. Joyce wouldn't go any farther. She stood at the edge of the trees, arms crossed, watching me. I pulled out my flashlight and stepped inside. The cave was exactly as she'd described. A narrow passage that extended back into the hill, smooth limestone walls, water running along the floor. It was cold, maybe 50 degrees, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the confined space. I followed the passage back, ducking where the ceiling dropped low. About 20 feet in, I found the first bone. It was lying in the water, white and clean, too large to be from any animal I recognized. I picked it up. Femur, definitely human-sized. I kept going. The passage opened into a small chamber, maybe 15 feet across, with a pool in the center, where the water bubbled up from below. And around the pool, arranged in a careful circle, were more bones, dozens of them. Ribs, vertebrae, skulls. 3 skulls, all facing the water. The smell was overwhelming now. I turned to leave, and that's when my light caught it. On the far wall, carved deep into the limestone, were words. Old words. The letters crude and uneven, like someone had scratched them with a rock or a blade. They drink, they change, they stay. Below that, a list of dates. 1923, 1931, 1945, 1958, 1967, 1982, 1994, 2006. I backed out of the chamber, slipped on the whetstone, and cracked my knee hard enough to see stars. When I got back to the entrance, Joyce was gone. I called her name. No answer. I limped back down the trail, expecting to find her at the house. She wasn't there. The front door was open, coffee still steaming on the porch railing. I called again, checked inside, nothing. Her truck was still parked in the yard. I called the county sheriff from my cell. Barely had 1 bar of signal. Told them I needed someone out there, that I'd found human remains and the homeowner was missing. They said they'd send a deputy. While I waited, I went back to the well. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to do something, keep busy, stop thinking about those bones and those dates. I opened the well cap and shined my light down the shaft. The water was about 20 feet down, dark and still. But there was something floating in it. Something pale and round. I stared at it for a long time before I realized what I was looking at. A face, eyes open, staring up at me. Not floating. Standing. Standing in water that should have been over their head. I slammed the cap shut and ran to my truck. Got in, locked the doors, and sat there shaking until the deputy arrived 40 minutes later. He searched the property, checked the house, walked up to the cave entrance, but wouldn't go in. Said we'd need a forensics team for that. He asked me about Joyce, about what I'd seen. I told him most of it, left out the face in the well. Figured he'd think I was seeing things. They never found Joyce. Search teams combed the property for 3 days. Dogs tracked her scent to the cave entrance and stopped. Wouldn't go any farther, just whined and backed away. The forensics team recovered the remains from the cave. 11 individuals ranging from the 1920s to early 2000s based on dental work and material evidence, all showed signs of prolonged exposure to contaminated water. The MEs said their bones were saturated with minerals, like they'd been soaking in spring water for years before death. The well was sealed. The property was condemned. The county said it was a crime scene, but no charges were ever filed. No suspects identified. I requested a transfer to a different region. Started working municipal systems exclusively. No more private wells, no more remote properties. But sometimes late at night, I think about those dates carved into the cave wall. 8 of them. And I think about the bones they found. 11 sets of remains. 3 dates are missing. 2014, 2022, and 1 more that hasn't happened yet. I don't drink well water anymore. Story 5. Name's Hank, and I've been building fences for going on 30 years now. Mostly agricultural work. Cattle fences, horse paddocks. That kind of thing. Good honest labor outdoors. Keeps you in shape. I work with my nephew Devin, kid's 24, strong as an ox. Doesn't talk much, but works hard. We make a good team. Last April, we got a call from a guy named William Prather, who owns some property up near Big Stone Gap, Virginia. Said he needed about 2 miles of 4-rail fence put in along his northern property line, bordering national forest land. Standard job, decent money, and we had a gap in the schedule, so we took it. The property was beautiful. Rolling hills, mixed hardwood forest, a creek running through the middle. Prather met us at the gate on the first day, drove us around in his gator to show us the line. He was maybe 60, retired from something in the city, bought the land to build a retirement home eventually. Just want to mark the boundary clearly, he said. Keep the deer on their side, you know? And make sure nobody wanders onto my property by mistake. We started at the western corner, where his land butted up against the national forest. The work was straightforward. Dig post holes, set posts, attach rails. We had a good rhythm going. Devin would dig, I'd set and level, we'd move on. About 3 posts an hour once we got rolling. On the second day around noon, we were maybe a quarter mile in when Devin stopped digging and called me over. He'd hit something solid about 2 feet down. Thought it might be bedrock, but when we cleared the dirt away, it was wood. Old wood, dark and rotted, but definitely shaped. Looked like a post or a beam. We dug around it, found more. Turned out to be an old fence buried and forgotten, running parallel to where we were working. The posts were crude, hand-hewn logs, and they were massive. 10 inches across, sunk deep. Between them, instead of rails, were vertical planks, close together like a palisade. That's weird, Devin said. First words he'd spoken all day. We kept digging, following the old fence line. Every 20 feet or so, there was a post, all buried under 2 feet of soil and leaf litter. And carved into each post, barely visible under decades of rot, was the same symbol, a circle with 3 lines radiating down. I called Prather and asked him about it. He came out, looked at what we'd found, and went quiet for a minute. "That's not on any of the surveys," he said. "My surveyor never mentioned anything like this." I asked if he wanted us to work around it or just go ahead with our fence line. He thought about it, then told us to proceed as planned. Whatever it was, it's been buried a long time. Probably just an old property marker from before the land was surveyed properly. We kept working, but that night back at the motel, I couldn't stop thinking about that fence. Who builds a palisade fence in the middle of the woods? And why bury it? Day 3, things got strange. We were setting posts in a section where the old fence curved away from our line, disappearing uphill into denser forest. Devin was digging when his auger hit something that wasn't wood or rock, something that crunched. He pulled it up. Bone. It looked like a leg bone, deer probably, but wrong color. It was dark, almost black, and it had grooves carved into it. The same 3-line symbol we'd seen on the posts. Devin dropped it, wiped his hands on his jeans, and looked at me. "We should stop," he said. I agreed. We called Prather again. This time he drove out with another guy, someone he introduced as a local historian. The historian looked at the bone, looked at the symbols, and his face went white. "This is a boundary marker," he said quietly. "Old Appalachian practice. When something bad was in an area, landslide, disease, contaminated water, they'd mark it off with bones and warnings. Keep people out." Prather asked what kind of bad. The historian shook his head. "Could be anything, could be nothing. These practices go back generations. Most of the reasons are forgotten." Prather decided we should keep working. "It's my land," he said. "Whatever was here, it's long gone." We finished that section and moved east. The old buried fence stayed parallel to us for another half-mile, then curved north away from our line. I was relieved. Something about digging near it had started to bother me in a way I couldn't explain. On day 5, we were working a section near the creek when Devin saw them. "People," he said, watching us from the tree line about 50 yards north. I looked but didn't see anything at first. Then one of them moved, and I caught the shape. 3 figures, standing perfectly still among the trees. I called out, asked if they needed something. No response. They just stood there. Devin and I kept working, but slower now, checking over our shoulders. The figures didn't move, didn't leave, just watched. Around 3 in the afternoon, they were gone. We didn't see them leave. We just looked up and they weren't there anymore. That night, someone came to our motel. We heard knocking around midnight. Slow, methodical knocks that went on for 10 minutes. When Devin finally opened the door, nobody was there. But in the parking lot, arranged in a circle around my truck, were bones, small ones, carved with symbols. We called the police. They took a report, collected the bones, said they'd increased patrols in the area, but they didn't seem particularly concerned. "Probably just locals trying to scare you off," the officer said. "Happens sometimes when outsiders come into work." Day 6, we went back to finish the job. Only had about 200 yards of fence left. Prather met us there, wanted to see the progress. We walked the line together and he seemed pleased. Then we reached the final section. The posts we'd set 2 days earlier had been pulled up, not knocked down or damaged. Pulled straight up out of the ground and laid in a row, perfectly aligned, all facing north. And beyond them, the old buried fence had been excavated. Someone had dug it up, every post exposed, standing again after who knows how many decades. Prather stood there staring at it. What the hell? That's when we heard the singing, high-pitched, wordless, coming from multiple directions. It echoed through the trees, getting louder, closer, and then they appeared. Dozens of them, emerging from the forest, on the national land side of the fence. They weren't walking normally. They were moving in unison, stepping together like a synchronized dance. Devin grabbed my arm. "We need to leave, now!" We ran. Prather was yelling something behind us, but we didn't stop. We made it to the truck, started the engine, and drove. In the rearview mirror, I saw them standing at the property line, right where the old fence had been. They didn't cross it, just stood there in a long line watching us go. We never went back. Prather called 3 times over the next week. We didn't answer. Eventually, he stopped calling. 2 months later, I read in the paper that Prather had sold the property at a significant loss. The new owner, according to the article, was the National Forest Service. They'd purchased it to expand the protected area. I called the ranger station, asked what they planned to do with the land. The ranger I spoke to said it would remain undeveloped. Actually, he added, there's a notation in our records about that parcel. It's been flagged as a cultural preservation site. There's an old boundary marker up there, apparently very significant to local history. We're going to maintain it. I asked what kind of boundary marker? Some kind of old fence, he said. Very unusual construction. Our archaeologist says it might be several hundred years old. We're going to keep people away from it. Preserve it as is. I thanked him and hung up. Devin quit the fencing business, went back to school, got a degree in IT, works in an office now. Says he's happier. I still build fences, but I won't take jobs near national forest land. And if anyone asks me to work near old boundary markers, I politely decline. Some boundaries are there for a reason, even if we've forgotten what that reason is. If you enjoyed today's episode, please support the channel by subscribing. Every subscription helps bring more of these stories to light and keeps this channel going. Hit that like button if any of these stories got under your skin, and drop a comment below. Which encounter disturbed you the most? The surveyor's experience with Dwayne Hutchins, the hospice nurse and the knocking, or the electrician's discovery in the cold storage room? Thanks for listening, and remember, if you ever find yourself deep in the Appalachian wilderness and something doesn't feel right, trust that instinct. Sometimes the best decision you can make is to turn around and leave. Until next time, stay safe out there.